town in western Ghana, there is Bismarck Kwaku. He's many things. He's Ghanaian. He's a father. Bismarck. What does a Krobo man in Ghana, a woman who suffered 4 heartbreaks in Kenya, and one who found love in a valley in South Africa's Cape Province have in common? 3 things: cocoa, coffee, and citrus. Not in that order. But first, Dodwa, a small town in western Ghana. There is Bismarck Kwaku. He's many things. He's Ghanaian, he's a father, husband, and a proud cocoa farmer. But Kwaku was never really a farmer. He was a graduate of human resource management. But having grown up in a farming family, sometimes who you are is stronger than who you want to become. So when Coco starts calling you, well, you have to answer. And he did. He got a small farm and started toiling and tilling. But a degree in human resources means little in the farm, he soon discovered, facing a myriad of challenges. Lucky for him, another farmer he met at the market told him, "Kwaku, you can't do this alone. There are guys who help people like us to farm. Come to town next week Thursday and meet them." The following week Thursday, Kwaku met Fairtrade, who are helping farmers farm in a smarter way. He does what a Krobo does. Learns about farming, he attends seminars, asks questions, and then he goes back to Manya, where he hails from. He puts this knowledge in the ground. Then he joined the cooperative run by Fairtrade, which gave farmers like him great premiums that enabled farmers to reach their goals, such as improving their farming, businesses, or health and education in their community. His farming has blossomed. His life is better for it. He's a proud Krobo because the pride of a Krobo is in fending for his family, tilling his land. And it pays off. He's building a big house for his family. A house so big, his neighbors can see the tip of its roof from the market. They point at it and ask, "Is that Kwaku's home?" And that's pride. Pride of a Krobo. Talking of beacons of society, some 6,000 kilometers away in a small coffee village in Kenya is Evelyn Yawera, who is also being pointed at by villagers who whisper in reverence because she's gone through a grinder of life. When her businesses in the city ended and then her marriage ended, she packed her things in a bag and went back to the only place she could be accepted, home, to mom and pop, also farmers. Village life was different, but this is where she grew up, amongst coffee trees, blue skies, and the freedom of life. There, she started building her life from scratch, brick by brick. She tried her hand at many businesses. She tried quail business, failed. She tried rabbit business, another fail. Meanwhile, her mother had started growing coffee and excelling at it. During her childhood, nobody dared farm coffee. It was a loss. Coffee had a bad rap. One day, her mother said, "There are these guys called Fairtrade looking to train youth on how to grow coffee. Interested?" She already had many heartbreaks and was thinking, what's the worst that could happen? So she went, and her life changed. She started with 300 coffee trees that kept growing. She attended Fairtrade seminars. She bought land. She planted more coffee trees. A newspaper wrote about her story. Now, she teaches youth on good farming practices. People point at her. The wind of change blew right into her life. Talking of wind, over in the southern Cape of South Africa, the wind of love was blowing into Madele Mutun's life when she fell in love with a boy in her small town. If there's a charmed place to fall in love, it must be Citrusdale Valley, featuring orchards of citrus and a smattering of vineyards. It's a small town, about 20,000 people, mostly farmers. We are talking about proud, good, honest farmers. She married him and joined his 35-year-old family business, Mutun Citrus Limited, a farm spanning 1,400 hectares that produced citrus fruit and rooibos tea. They even had a motto, leaders in our field, farmers at heart. Because sometimes life gives you two loves, she found another love in working with workers, empowering them. They targeted the 400 permanent workers and some 2,000 seasonal workers. Fairtrade Africa, transformative, resilient, impact.
Good morning. Good morning once again. Bonjour. Bonjour. Yes, my name is Faith Modoni. I'm happy to see you all. You're most welcome. Hello, our online community. Hello, our colleagues from Fairtrade Africa and our partners. And I take this opportunity to invite you to our second edition of the Rwanda Kombe la Dhahabu contest. Kombe la Dhahabu is Kiswahili for golden cup. So today we're on a journey.
Okay, good afternoon everyone and welcome to
Okay. Yeah, so we are on a journey today to getting to the golden cup, which cup we are going to be celebrating later on in the day, the high quality coffees from Rwanda. And to start us off, I want to invite our marketing specialist from Fairtrade Africa, Carol Karaoke, to open the event.
Thank you so much, Faith. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Yeah, I'm so excited to be here today. I always tell a story of how I grew up. I grew up in a very small village in central Kenya called Karibaribi. So in that village, there was our homestead was in the middle of a coffee plantation. And I have very bad stories about that coffee plantation because what used to happen was thugs would hide in the coffee plantations. There would be snakes, there would be animals. In fact, my mom also used to tell me stories of how she would be made to pick coffee from her grandfather's farm after school. And so for me growing up, the one thing I was so sure I was never going to do, I was never going to live anywhere near a coffee plantation. I was so done with coffee. I hated coffee all my life. But God has a great sense of humor because look at me now. I'm working at Fairtrade with coffee producers such as yourselves. But this time around, the story is different. It's the story of hope. It's the story of posterity. It's the story of prosperity. And so I'm really, really glad to meet all of you. Because today the story is different, right? In fact, I always say that perhaps one day I might be somewhere in the coffee value addition, in the coffee value chain, somewhere, I don't know. but it's a beautiful story to tell today. So as Faith mentioned, I'm Carol Karaoke. I'm in charge of marketing at Fair Trade Africa. I'm so glad to be here. I'd like to invite you all to Kigali. You're welcome, even if I don't live here, but you're all welcome to this beautiful event. And yeah, today is going to be a beautiful day. I think the one thing I'd also really like to mention is what we do at the Commercial Directorate, right? So the Commercial, the new directorate that was formed in 2020, and it was formed as a result of the Fair Trade Strategic Plan 2021 to 2025. And what we do is pretty much 4 things. Thing number 1 is market and product development. And actually, I would say I think Kombe Dhahabu falls really well under that pillar. And so what we do is we try to get markets for all our producers, including coffee producers. And not just that, but also support them to build and produce innovative products for themselves and for the market. Thing number 2 is integrated marketing communication. One of the things that we appreciate is in the South, especially Africa, fair trade is not very well known, right? And so that's the one thing that we really try to do to ensure that we create as much awareness as possible of what Fair Trade Africa does, who our producers are, what they offer, and how you can tap into these markets. Thing number 3 is value addition and innovation. I have seen very beautiful coffees at the back, Angelic Coffee, and that is the other thing that we also really try to do, to really support our producers to value add and develop innovative products that can be sold not just in the South, but also in the North. You will see in today's topic, we'll be discussing the trends, and that is the one thing that we try to support all our producers to do, to ensure that you are keeping up with the trends and that you're able to tap into these markets. Thing number 4 and last is what we call agency services. And agency services is really supporting our producer organizations in capacity building them to ensure that if you need marketing material, for instance, you have the right marketing material, you're in the right digital platforms, and we really support you. If you're going to visit maybe World of Coffee or something in Italy, we ask we are able to support you to develop material that you can go with, and really showcase and present yourself well. So in simple terms, that's what the Commercial Directorate does. I'm happy to be here, happy to meet all of you. And yeah, I think we can open. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carol. And as we start off the day, we are glad that we are doing this with the blessing of the Rwandan government. And at this point, I would like to invite the chief guest, who is Mr. Eric Ruganintwali. He's the Quality Assurance and Regulatory Division Manager at NAEB. NAEB is the National Agriculture Export Development Board. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. How are you? Ngaramutse. Too much English here. Is everybody comfortable with English? How tunaweza tukaongea Kiswahili? Or the coffee language? Which one do you want? On peut aussi essayer le français quand même. Huh? So, thank you very much. Let me follow the same the courtesy of being here. Very warm welcome to Madam Carol Karaoke. Good to see you from the FTA community. I can see a lot of captains and champions of the coffee sector. You're also most welcome, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm afraid there are very few ladies. So I can count a few on my fingers. I don't know whether this is fair. Yet we are talking fair business. So a warm welcome to all of you. I'm told we're having very good friends from Congo. Those from Congo, please. Karibuni tena. Very happy to see you. Vous êtes quand même les bienvenus. Mes amis burundais, ils sont là. Ah, bwakeye. Amahoro. Ni karibu gacha. Ego ni byiza. Abanyarwanda namwe rero I'm very happy to see you all. You know, this is the beauty with coffee. Coffee unites everyone and we can talk the same business. You feel comfortable, especially those are coming from outside. And of course, the other friends from the other side as well. Well, mine is really not to give you really a formal speech. I'm more here to chat and exchange with you. I'm very delighted that I was invited to be here today. At the same time, I wish to convey our CEO warm greetings for all of you. Of course, he would have wished to be here, but we are having equally other responsibilities to attend, and he requested me to join here. I may not be here the whole day, but I wish to stay here as more as I can. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm eager to learn from you. What I can really tell you guys, I have a chance to have been working with a FTA for quite so many years, at different facets, at different angles, through your partnership. And I'm very glad, and I can testify. This is one way to also make a new and innovative way in doing business, in particular in this coffee sector. Tumelewana? Are you able to follow me? I see people busy in computers. They are making some business trade. They are French. Okay. Very good. So what I wish to testify today, and I can really pledge to you from our institution, which is actually an institution, is that those who have been venturing with FTA can also testify. It is really another advantage in the coffee business, not only in Rwanda, but across. Do we agree with that? Not only for what we are known as these fair prices, but more importantly, in forging what you call a long-term trade relationship. Because that's one of the critical challenges across all producing countries, not only in Africa, not only in Rwanda, Burundi, and Congo. Most of our farmers, they produce coffee, but they don't know who buys their coffee. And they don't know how the coffee disappears. Right? But we hope that through these fair trade principles and the rationale, it's a good opportunity not only for what we call clear transaction, transparency, but also to forge this legal term trade relationship. And that's very key. And this is in the same concept of the government of Rwanda, where we want every returns to have an impact to our dear and hardworking farmers and producers. Do we agree with that? Therefore, we remain available and ready to support whoever is working toward the same goal. In addition to that, I wish also to ask the FTA today not only to celebrate the good achievements, what you guys have done, and what good noble initiative they're doing, we want to see also, to hear from them, from current status in terms of the market share of fair trade certified products. What is the next vision? When you see the globally, in terms of coffee export, coffee consumption, how much fair trade certified coffee from the side of government, we are very much too demanding. We may add more, right? We may need to see the market shares of certified fair trade certified product being increased, right? On the other hand, we would like to see what is the impact of fair trade in terms of livelihood, in terms of long trade relationship like I earlier mentioned, so we can see the difference from those farmers, those coffee that are fair trade certified against non-certified trade or against other certification schemes, right? We need to see that. From us, we have a very ambitious target when it comes to coffee revenues to be generated. And that's going to be translated into the livelihood and prosperity of our producers and farmers in Rwanda. So, we are very much welcome anyone who taps into this, not only into that, but also other underpinning issues that the entire sector faces. We can talk so many. Beside the market volatility that we know, today we will learn more from the expertise, but also we need to see other issues that we already know, including like what? Productivities, diversifications. We use term diversification more than value addition because the market we are tagging is quite more on diversified business than the conventional business. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to stop here and give you more chance to have more time to churn. As I said, I'm also here to learn from you, your experience, and we remain at your disposal for and open to church and craft together some noble interventions for the future. So once again, I thank you so much. Je vous remercie. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Eric. Thank you so much. And we share in the same sentiments as you that we want to see the market share of fair trade certified coffee increase, because our farmers, they really do put in a lot of hard work to produce coffee sustainably in a way that preserves the environment and also complying with the fair trade requirements. So this is key for us. And also, as you mentioned, that the impact of their work, the impact of fair trade needs to be known. Fair trade needs to be known by the stakeholders we are working together with, so that we can enhance and stimulate the need to actually consume products that are produced in a sustainable way. So thank you, and I welcome you all. We will soon be going into a panel discussion that is to start at this 10:30 a.m. and we'll be going on for about an hour. And so I want to invite Carol, who will be taking us through this session. Karibu.
Thank you so much again, Faith. Thank you. So at this point, I think we are here to learn from each other and from you as well, Eric. I'd want to invite all the speakers so that we can have an insightful conversation on the markets. What are the markets? What should we do as farmers? How do we grow our market share? So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Ernest to the front. Valentin Hakizimana, Dr. Jean Lambert, and Eric as well. Eric Ruganintwali and Faith. The seats are here, so you're all welcome. Any order? Yeah. All right. As we wait for them to settle, I'd like to start with a question. Coffee cherry, what do you think? Is it a fruit or a vegetable? Any random guess? Anyone? What is a coffee cherry, a fruit or a vegetable? No lucky guesses? Okay. I think then we can proceed to the panel discussion. So thank you again for joining us. With me here I have Ernest Nshimiamana, Managing Director of Dukundekawa. Welcome to the panel. I have Valentin. He's a certification manager from Rwanda Trading Company. You're welcome. I have Dr. Jean Lambert. He's a director, Sustainable Harvest. I have Eric Ruganintwali. He's a quality assurance and regulatory division manager from NAEB. And I'd like to welcome Faith to the panel. She's a team leader, coffee. All right, give them a round of applause. A round of applause, please. All right, thank you very much. So I'll start with a few house rules. Please be as engaged as possible because you have these experts here to learn from. So be as engaged as possible. We are going to take a few questions at the end of this discussion. Keep your questions ready. For those who are joining us virtually, please write your questions on the chat box and you're going to pick them at the end of the panel. I think you're all aware that we have French translation. So at the globe below, anyone who's joining us virtually and probably is not on this table, you're able to get your French translation. All right, so to kick us off, I think I'd want everyone in the panel to tell me what's so different about Rwandan coffee. I think we'll start with the lady, the only lady in the panel.
Rwanda, hello. Rwanda is a country that we call the land of 1,000 hills. And based on this, it offers such wonderful climatic conditions, such deep volcanic soils. And this is the templates on which our Rwandan producers are producing the coffee. And this also enables it to yield such a clean and delicate cup. So the flavor is incomparable to others in the region, and so makes it stand out. Yeah. Again, the Rwandan farmers are resilient farmers. Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, these are resilient people, and it makes their coffee stand out. Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you, Faith. Eric, what's so different about Rwandan coffee?
Oh, I thought I would ask that they asked because I don't want to interfere with the people's feelings, saying that's the government line. So let me speak at the end.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Thank you so much. I can say one thing which makes coffee from Rwanda is different from other countries. I can say the regulations which are put by the government helps farmers to be well organized, and because of that the coffee business is well organized, and that helps in quality control, even adding the quantity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Jean?
Thank you very much. I can say that the government of Rwanda has been putting much effort to bring back the coffee value chain on the track. If you see the periods before the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, how the situation was, and the progress we are making today, you can see a greater change. If I give an example, after developing our coffee strategy in 2002, at that time we had only 2 coffee washing stations, but today we have more than 300 coffee washing stations. This can also show you how Rwanda has been prioritizing coffee value chain. Another thing I can say that is that the need to also involve the women in the coffee value chain. this is also adding value and also is bringing in premium prices to our coffee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Jean. Ernest?
Thank you very much. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Ernest Chimimana. I'm coming from the Dukundeka Cooperative. We are located in the north of the country, nearby the Golida Mountains. If you visit, please pass by. We are 1,000 members and 193 members. So when I'll be speaking like a farmer, and the idea that I'm giving you is from a farmer. So you asked what is so special about Rwandan coffee, and I think I'm in better position to say why and what makes Rwandan coffee so special compared to the rest of the world. So if you see the microclimate conditions, I'm talking about the high hills that we've been talking. You see the rainfall, you see the temperature, the tide, all these microclimate conditions are making the quality of the coffee that we are producing so high and so identical compared to the rest. Secondly, when you see the progress, a coffee has to be matched with the store of the country and has to be turning around the scales that has been inflicted by the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994. So this store turning is also the resilience of the farmer is what makes Rwandan coffee so special. Another thing is about the improvement, the progress. My colleague says the way we have been shifting from commercial grade coffee to the specialty grades. We came from back in 20 years from 2 coffee washing stations, and now we are over 300. When you see on the grades, we've been exporting commercial grade coffee, but now over 60% is the specialty grades and full wash it. When you saw the consistency, the marking, Rwandan coffee is performing well on non-wide competitions. That is the investment and the commitment of the farmers. They did and the sweet and the hard working. So that's synergy. That's what makes also Rwandan coffee so special. And I may add the way we tell the story, combining our resilient journey, that's quality, and investment. If you look around, we are the only one that is growing closer to 100% of bourbon coffee, the variety. So it is a large variety that is being grown here, which doesn't have any substitute variety around the globe. We are using what we call African rice beds to dry out, and some heavy investment with reputable brands. I mean the machine that we are using, coffee washing stations, the dryer, the roastery, all if it combined, it makes Rwandan coffee so performing worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ernest. Eric, finally, what's so special about Rwandan coffee?
That is a tough question. But I can see our expert here, and I'm very glad how they are trying to describe the uniqueness we're talking about Rwandan coffee, specialty in particular. But first of all, I need to recognize Rwanda being special and high quality, so it is for Congo, so it is for Burundi. So we all have great coffee. Do we agree with that? So what makes the only difference is like everyone has a special DNA. Even if you are twins, those twins have separate DNA, but they remain twins, right? And that's what I want to talk about, maybe briefly to add on what colleagues have just mentioned. And what is that exactly? That's uniqueness is when you take a cherries or coffee, in your hands, you are holding the Rwandan people. You can taste their culture. You can feel their journey. You can see their vision. That makes that one especially unique, because every country has different visions. Every country has. To addition to agroecological zones, and to additional to whatever variety we're growing. And that's why we've named our Rwandan coffee the second sunrise. Do you know why? People from Burundi. Bashinganai. Murazi mpamvu ikawa yacu yitwa second sunrise. Muraiz. What is the first sunrise? Et vous les Congolais aussi, mes amis. Ça veut pourquoi on l'appelle le deuxième soleil, si je peux appeler ça comme ça. Le café du Rwanda est nommé le deuxième soleil. The second sunrise. Do you have an idea? We all have and share the first sunrise, isn't it? In the morning, what happens in the morning? When sunrise. That's why we know it is morning, right? And it is the same for Rwanda, it is the same for Congo, it is the same for Burundi. But until you drink the Rwandan coffee now, you're really up now. Until you drink the Rwandan coffee, now you really feel energized and really up. And that's the uniqueness of Rwandan coffee. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, wow. Okay, so it's the second sunrise. I think we need to carry some on our way back home. And everyone as well, carry some Rwandan coffee. But again, today we get to know whether Rwandan coffee is really better than Burundian coffee or Congolese coffee, because we have the Golden Cup going on. In fact, a few meters from here at Starbucks, there are some judges doing very hard work to come back with results and tell us which coffee is indeed the best. So thank you very much. I think with that in mind, I've picked that 60% of Rwandan coffee is specialty coffee. And so we are here to figure out how then do we increase the market share of fair trade coffee from Rwanda, Burundi, and Congo. And so I'll take it to Valentine. When you look at coffee trends globally, what do you think? What do you think are the trends that are affecting specialty coffee, value-added coffee globally, that could easily affect either positively or negatively the coffee that we're producing today? As a buyer, what have you seen are the trends of specialty coffee?
Thank you so much. As some of us have said before, there is a growth from where we were last times until now, and if we check the progress, we see that there is a good progress because of different programs like certification. If the farmers or traders include certification in coffee business, there is a big change, there is an improvement. The farmers know how to grow coffee with protecting environment. They know how to grow coffee with keeping coffee quality. They know what to do for increasing the quantity. Actually, there is a big improvement if we keep on investing in specialty coffee and programs like certifications. Our coffee business will have a better impact on our economy and change of our living way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valentine. Jean, I think I'd also want to hear your views on the same. What are the trends? And maybe you can touch on, from a trader perspective, from the people who are buying, you're in the market, you're able to see the market. Are the markets asking for specialty coffee? Is there a trend? Are they asking for value-added coffee? Is it fetching more money or not? What trends have you seen along the line of specialty coffee in the world?
Thank you very much. Specialty coffee offers high price markets at the international markets because of the high quality of the product that being produced and put on the market. What I can say is that there are some incentives coming from that business model, what we call the premium sharing awards, whereby producers also get what we can also call the second payment. This has been providing incentives to the producers to keep producing high quality coffee. We've also the premium prices on the market. But I can also bring in other market forces that are also affecting the entire value chain. Like now, the prices seem to go down because of high production being recorded in Brazil. This will affect the price of our specialty coffee, dropping from 5.71 USD dollars per kilogram to 5.1 if you consider the period from February up to now. And another thing which is positive on the trend is, as Eric highlighted, is the relationship coffee. This has been also bringing in a positive impact on the coffee value chain, whereby farmers are able to interact directly with the buyers. It's also known as the third wave, which brings in a component of transparency along the value chain, but also another aspect of bringing in innovations in terms of brewing methods. I can say that specialty coffee market trends are affected by different factors, being the market, the prices that are driven by the quantity on the market. If you have huge volumes, the prices will go down, but our strategy is to put on market high quality coffee, which will be sold at high value prices.
All right, thank you very much. So just to reiterate, what you're saying is there are incentives for specialty coffee. People are now paying premiums for that coffee and it's fetching higher prices. However, you've also mentioned that there's high production of specialty coffee in Brazil, and so the prices are going down. I'm wondering, anyone from the panel, what do you think, that being a challenge, what do you think we should do as producers if the market prices will go down because it's high production? Is there anything that coffee producers can do to ensure that they still stand out, I guess, in the market? I don't know if there's anyone in the panel. Yes, Ernest?
Thank you very much. Now, look, back in 2002, when Rwanda set national coffee strategy, the idea was to elevate a country from commodity grade coffee, like repositioning Rwanda from commercial grade to high value, full washed with premium price and stable prices. So far, if we were exporting that period over 8% as commercial grades, but now we are on a 60% full washed and special grades. That's a very good move. But we see some opportunities that are there. We see investment, we see the quality consistency, we see the strategy and the policies which are well set and working. But also, there is what you should do as a farmer, just to tap on the right creek, to get some profit and move with that trends. First, which I may emphasize on, is the quality improvement in the consistency. Bad quality coffee and the good quality coffee is coming on the same tree. So it's a matter of choice. Farmer, if are well trained, they may produce highest possible quality grade. That's the first thing. Secondly, is my colleague said about transparency. It's true. When we do traceability system well working and available to the producers and the consumers, it's increased the linkage between the producer and the end user and the end consumer. We are talking about the fair trade certified coffee. We are privileged that we are the one of, if we're not the first, producer certified fair trade in Rwanda back in 2005. Until today, we are still selling the coffee on a high premium, and the fair trade premium aside is coming down to invest in people's lives. So producers, I may just recommend that they may be pursuing these certification processes from fair trade, organic, and other certification like rainforest. These compliances, it means that you are producing sustainably and you are investing in people's lives. And I'm here to say, when you say quality coffee, actually it should be going with the quality life of the producers. That is the motives each producer organization should be striving to achieve. So getting certification will increase even the trust from end user that each coin that is paying for its coffee is investing in people's lives. Another thing that I may emphasize on is using the ITC. ITCs are using this online platform marketing where coffees, where writing and marketing the stories behind the coffee. It's what makes the coffee so getting the premium price. And, we are so lucky that we are born in Rwanda, which is the second country easy for doing business. And I hope, is it correct, that all the world the population are allowed to come in Rwanda free visa, right? So it's now easy to connect with the buyers if they need to visit the farm, meet farmers. Like back in the Dukundekawa, we may now sell the coffee from a farmer and is being sold in Australia on the name of farmer. So that was the strength of the traceability and the connection between the buyer and the farmer. So that's what I'm saying.
All right, that's very good. I think what I'm also getting from you is that farmers need to be extra, they need to put their best foot forward to ensure that you also get to know who your buyers are, create a relationship, tell your story, over and above, producing quality coffee. You also need to create that relationship with your buyer. Value addition. I have not heard anyone mentioning value addition. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
Something I want to very quickly wrap. I know when I see most of the people here in the audience, you can see quite a really young like me, right? And very few are our brothers, our big brothers. But we've been in this sector for quite many years, and that's why actually we are talking today about specialty coffee. It's also very good, important to reflect on centuries ago where the coffee was. I want to use the terms waves. I think you've heard about that. In the early 70s, actually early 80s, when you see the history of coffee, that was what we called fast wave. And the people were more into commodity. We're just growing coffee, selling coffee, that was the end of the story. But when we moved into 90s, early 17s, and that's why I said most of us here are quite young. None of us, I think, here have seen the sun, neither tasted the second sunrise. So that's where we got the second wave on coffee, where there was a culture of coffee was trying to change. when Rwanda moved into, like my friend just mentioned it, 2000 and actually in one, we were entering what you call a third wave, where the country was moving and drinking into what we call, let's drink something we know from its origin. People are talking, which origin are you drinking? You know? And people are looking more to see other diversified kind of treatment, production. People start talking about fully washed. People are talk of, you know, this is a bit of history of where we came in for special. It didn't just come from, it is actually, the industry has evolved in centuries so much so that the demands by the coffee lovers and consumers has tremendously changed to this level. I think these years we are talking probably a fourth wave, where a lot of things, the coffee will be blended, will be mixed, we'll be doing whatever. So are we as a country, as a producing countries, we need to cope up this evolution, because these are demand-driven commodity, rather than we make a product and sell to somebody who knows. Actually, there's a lot of dynamics around this coffee industry. And today, when we are talking about diversification, we are talking value addition, where you are coming, Carol. It's not just by default. Farmers, I know in my country, one of the old politics or policies around coffee, even if you can ask some of the farmers today, will tell you this is a product for a government. You see, they are not linked, they are not lined with them. It's like they are producing for someone, right? Because I am very sure that the same in Congo and Burundi, these things were brought by colonials, and they had their own agenda. Not really for we, but for them in particular. So after those years, people came and said, hey, what's going on? Don't be amazed and surprised to see some of the country exporting diversified in the value-added coffee are not the country that produce coffee. So that means we are making the economies much better than our economies, yet we are the producing countries. You see, this is an open eye. We say, hey guys, I think it's time to stop. This is all what we are talking about. And again, they have all mentioned about that. We are talking about the quality of our people and our farmers. How can we expect somebody to have a decent life, to be prosper, yet there is no Caesar, but there's nothing coming out of his own farm or her own farm? That's unacceptable. So when Rwanda moved to fully washed, and the target by 2024 is to reach about 80% of fully washed coffee, that means we've doubled the returns we used to see before 2000, double the price we're gaining to the farmers. Of course, we are not yet there. The journey is still long, and we are talking how best can we do to improve that. We are trying to diversify our sector through other different methods. You've heard people make honeys, who make whatever. We're talking of roasted coffees. We're talking of soluble coffees in this country now. This was not the discussion we had early 2000. It wasn't that case. So there is a lot of move around that, and that's where we're talking about. Maybe we can come into that later, and we can even use numbers to see how dramatic this sector is, and also see how probably this venture with FTA could really come in. Thank you.
So there is something so essential that I want to mention now. Can I take the coffee down, the yellow one? Yeah? Can you give me the one bag? Yeah, the yellow one. So in this loom, there is my woman champion. It's called Angelique Karechezi. I want her to stand back, please. Before I talk about this coffee, can you clap for her? Thank you very much. That lady, she's born from a farmer in the south, very shabby country, district called Gisagara, Yamagabe. It's far from Kigali. She worked from the cooperative level. Now she's leading Dwashosco. Dwashosco is a platform that is made by 5 cooperatives, very big cooperative in the country, in one company, and she's the managing director there. So she's the one that inspired this coffee. It's called Angelique Finest. The why I want to mention this is the role of women that can contribute to the market trends of the specialty coffee and the premium prices. This coffee is produced solely by women from those cooperatives and is roasted here and sold in Germany on premium prices. If you are selling now $7 kg, that is the highest possible. But now this coffee, 1 kg can have 20 euro price in Germany because of her. So on a country level, women has been aggregated by the story and the patriarchy family, societies. Women were not really involved in any step, only in a farming and processing level, not on marketing levels. But prioritizing women, giving their law and a platform to flourish may also push to the better way the coffee and the premiums. So this is just an example how women are so strong. And this coffee is called Stronger Women with Strong Coffee. And that is the icon, the chandelier of this coffee is Angelique. If we should have more than 5 Angelique in a country, I think we should be talking another story. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ernest. I think
let's hear from a lady then.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm very happy that you were able to bring this to the front because it shows us that it is possible. It is possible. We can actually add value locally and export it. One thing I wanted to mention is the fact that where I come from in Kenya, most coffee farmers have about half an acre, quarter an acre, even an eighth of an acre coffee, which I believe is not so different from what we have here. So that means we need to ask ourselves the question, how can we ensure this farmer gets the most out of that piece of land? Because we are not going to expand the land. What we have to think about is a strategy of improving the income the farmer gets. And adding value is one of those strategies, as you've just given us the figures, Ernest, that a kilo of such coffee can fetch up to 20 euro, while the washed coffee may fetch only about 7. So it means that we have to support the farmers, the cooperative societies to move towards value addition because it is possible. And if the producers are to address, be able to face the challenges that we are experiencing today.
Recording in progress.
Today we're experiencing challenges such as climate change. How can the user be able to implement effective strategies to adapt, to mitigate climate change? It requires investments. So we have to add value to boost the income of the farmer, to enable the farmer cope with these challenges and also be able to get an income that can sustain the household. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there are 3 points there that I don't want to lose. Point number 1 is, we need to tell the story of origin. So what is so special about Rwanda? We need to tell the story. What is so special about Burundi? We need to tell the story. What is so special about Congo? We need to tell that story very, very clearly to the world. Point number 2 that I don't want to miss is the role of women. which, I mean, we have seen a lot of buyers asking for coffee produced by women. So you're right. Women have a very, very critical role. And thank you, Angelique, for being a good example. And yes, we are saying it is very possible. I think that is one of the things that we do here at the Commercial Directorate. And as Fair Trade is to support women who want to grow in this business. And I want to believe even the Rwandan government is, probably has some support in that area. Point number 3 that I don't want to lose and will lead us to the next question is diversification, what I am calling value addition. And I want to ask everyone in the panel, and maybe we can start with Ernest, because you're the one who introduced the topic. What do you think is a value, what is the role of value addition in growing markets? I know Eric has alluded to the fact that you can add value to one step and make more money. And so for you, I'd want to you to explain to us, what is the value or what is the role of value addition in what POs can do to actually earn more money? Ernest?
Thank you. Thank you sir, for the question. That's a good question. When you are adding value, it means processing your products from raw products to the final product. That's what actually means adding value. But remember, on the coffee, Office itself has a story that is starting from colonial period. And the sad story of the colonialism is still hunting down the way coffee is marketed. We tend to grow, we process into green coffee, and then we export. And I'm telling you the truth that most farmers didn't consume coffee. So they are producing an unknown crop. And sometimes there are so many stereotypes, bad saying about the coffee, that if you drink coffee, you can't fall asleep, you may have heart attacks, and so many things. And the people prefer the substitute drinks instead of taking coffee. That's why many people, they call us tea people. But if we be adding value, roasting is also a processing practice on the coffee value addition. But why is not happening here? Why do we export green coffee and we don't do roasting here? It is that story related to colonialism. But we can change the trends. We are seeing here 2 envelopes. I don't have much figures but in 2018, that when Rwanda has exported at least a container worth around $8,000. That is closer to 80 million Rwandan francs that period. But today, the export of roasted beans after 4 years is more than 1 billion Rwandan francs. It started from the policy incentives and sensibilization that the people has to consume coffee. 10 years back, we were only having 1 cafe here in the town, but now it's countless. Roastery, we were only having 1 or 2, I don't remember, but now more than 10 or 6, they are roasting. So that's a new wave that we embrace. Of course, when things related to the history, and most of the consumers are not in Africa, they are in developed countries, and they are well attracted to the freshness, to the way the coffee has been marketed. But if we should be promoting domestic consumption, telling the story, using those technological tools to market the products, of course, we can reach to the final processing level of high value addition, and you can export even the roasted beans. Of course, there is so many challenges, logistical things, transport, the shelf life of the coffee. You know, when you are storing the green beans can last over to 18 months, but the roasted beans cannot last to 6 months. When you are exporting from here to Japan, it takes almost 3 months. So it means when you are exporting roasted beans, you remain with 1 or 2. And it's so challenging when you couldn't have the logistical personnel well-trained to reach out from one supermarket to another, from one consumer. Yeah, that is the one way of the challenges. But the only opportunity that we see is domestic coffee consumption that is now increasing. People are now moving from sorghum beer to the coffee drink. And the coffee is what makes people that can gather together to discuss ideas. And we see also some consumers, I'm not taking many, but some, they really want to that direct connection with the producer and the consumer. And that's actually what fair trade stands on. That's what we should be telling. This is fair trade. If a producer is connected directly to the consumer, it should be called fair trade, because other way is not really 100%. So if some people that want to change that trends, that farmer can be connected to direct final consumer, the such prospect is really vivid and we can exploit it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think I want to throw it back to you, Eric, because you had alluded to diversification and some of the things that producers can do to, quote unquote, add value to their coffee and therefore earn more money. So I'd want to go back to you and maybe ask you to specifically highlight what are some of the things that can be done apart from, I think you had mentioned roasting, fully washing. What are some of the things that producers can do to add value and therefore earn more, fetch a better price for their coffee?
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I come to that, I want to maybe ask a question. It's like we are talking by ourselves. I want this to be much more interactive. Tuganire, sivyo? Tuongee kidogo. We are not the only ones speaking here. We are not giving lectures. We are just trying to share a bit of experience. Right, sivyo? Sindio? I just want to ask you one question. Do you know in which form coffee is being consumed? Hein? On connaît dans quelle forme le café est consommé mondialement. Don't be quiet. Just let's interact. Otherwise, I will leave this seat and I will stand here like, I can move around. Actually, that would be, but Caro is doing a very good job. Mes amis du Congo, juste une réaction. Dans quelle forme on consomme le café mondialement?
Bon, je pense que c'est en termes de liquide comme après avoir été transformé. Donc après avoir été il est consommé plus en termes de produits finis sous cette forme-là, après avoir été torréfié.
Talking which kind of forms, finished forms that you know?
Oui, moi je pense que c'est plus après avoir été torréfié et moulu, et c'est comme ça qu'on peut maintenant le consommer.
Voilà. Did you understand? He just said that one of the forms that's mostly widely consumed, here I'm talking the final consumer, is through the roasted coffee. That is the example that he gave, right? Is it true? Do you know in numbers of figures, the most 50% of the world coffee consumed is consumed as what? instant coffee. 50% is being consumed as instant coffee. How many countries export instant coffee from here? Second, the second is about roasted coffee, ground beans roasted coffee. The third is ground roasted beans. The other is not ground beans. Do you see the big chunk of the one who pays money? They are the ones who drinks coffee, right? And they drink in those different three forms that I'm giving to you. So you ask yourself, where are we fixing our countries in terms of exports, those end products? Where are we? Burundi, how much of coffee do you export in the form of instant, roasted coffee, or ground coffee? Congo, how much? I know at least from Rwanda, 0.00 something. Nearly, we are talking of around 3% because of our local consumption. But when it comes to the exports, very insignificant. That's why we are lucky to have the Angelica's Coffee and the other initiatives. We are tapping into, we are talking to the rest consumer. Can you imagine if we're expecting a primary product, how many people in the middle we've made rich at the extent of our farmers? Then what are we talking about? There's no way our farmer will get much more money if you're not getting the right value in the coffee. So that's why we are here today when we're talking FTA. What are we doing here? Probably we need also to move from certified coffee as green coffee and look for the market as finished products, certified fair trade, and try to tap into the market. Otherwise, we are moving blindly. And yet we know. Worldwide, exports is being led. You know, coffee is the second traded commodity worldwide after oil. But you know the big chunk of it? 17% of that is being traded as what? Soluble coffee. 17%. And you know who makes the 17%? I give you this an assignment. You can go. So when we are talking these issues of diversification, let's take a step back and try to scan the sector, understand what's going on. My sister here was referring to our small land. And to many people it has become an issue. It is not an issue. Why should this be an issue? I give you an example. I know you coffee people like traveling. I do like traveling as well. I do like traveling. But I was amazed one of the countries, they have less than our small 0.5 acreage or hectares. And do you know what those coffee farmers are doing? Everyone is producing to the level of roasting as a special coffee for his own farm. Can you imagine? Here we are talking 20 euro per kgs. These guys are selling coffee to 100 and more. It's a small country like Rwanda. So it requires just us to have a gut. We from the government, our main role is to create an enabling environment so to help our producers. And that's what we are struggling. When you're talking, when you see our strategic plan for agriculture transformation, thematic 3, we are talking about innovation around the markets. It's not government we're going to innovate. It's actually you brilliant, everyone, every citizen, together with Burundi and Congo. We can even form a coalition in terms of coffee production as one block producing area because we have a lot of similarities and add value. And everyone will not pick it as a primary product because they know what they are drinking, they know what they buy. They cannot find it in Vietnam. The coffee they find in Rwanda and Congo and Burundi, they cannot find it in Brazil. They want that taste. So, another hampering issue is about our culture. We are coffee producing country, but we are not coffee drinking countries. It's not our culture. So it is very difficult. If you ask a farmer who grows banana, because they know what is banana, you find them, they can eat bananas raw, ripen, they can drink it, they can cook it, they can do ask a farmer who does coffee. They only know how to do. So you see, That's a serious one. Coming to the issues of proximities and distances, let me tell you one thing. I was so shocked, and I had a very hard discussion with those cold experienced and buyers of coffee, blah, 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 from abroad. They told us, hey, Rwanda, forget about business of roasting coffee. We here, we like fresh coffee, fresh roasted coffee. When you bring it, it will be like what my friend was trying to say. It's a way of diverting our brain, which is not correct. How come it is short distance when we import their coffee, and it becomes a long distance when we need to export to them? Can you someone tell me why? We import, if you see our imports in value-added coffee, you see how much money we're losing, yet you have the primary product. If you go in the hotels, not here in Rwanda alone, you go to Burundi. I've been in Burundi several times. I actually missed to be Burundi. I've been to Congo. Wherever hotels you go, you find so many brands from nowhere, from so many, even in Kenya. Then you wonder why. But this coffee came the same distance as we could do and export to them. When Angelique started, we know we had a lot of chat with them. It was a challenge. And sometimes you don't need necessarily even to roast from. You can even roast from the other as soon as you sell it from Rwanda. You know, it's all about this country, or those two countries, if you combine our production, won't even be even 1% of the total production of the whole world production, isn't it? You combine Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, blah, 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 all in this region. We can't even reach a 1% of the whole world production. Imagine if you add value. Look at a country like Singapore or South Korea. Their export is into billions revenues, yet they don't have a single trees of coffee. So when we're talking about it's a complex situation, but it is doable and possible. We stand here to back in terms of creating enabling tools around, and we want people also to take the lead and do this. Some people say, oh, it's not possible. How comes it's not possible? You can do it. You don't have how special you are, how special cannot do that. So I think today's business really, one of the outcome of today's discussion will be how the FTA approaches intervention would really migrate into diversified coffees, so that now we can talk of rewarding farmers' efforts. We can talk of sustainability. We can complement in the national goals of all countries respectively to see the life of their people changing through the coffee business. Otherwise, if the coffee business doesn't make sense today, we can go to so many other things, right? So it is doable. So that's a bit of what I can contribute on that. But we believe this is a way to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Eric. Before you came, I had mentioned some of the 4 things we do in our commercial directorate, and one of them is new product development. And actually what we are doing is really supporting our producers to value add and, value add and add your coffee, value add your coffee so that you can earn more money. And I think you've alluded to a very good point where you said over 50% of the coffee in the world is consumed as soluble coffee. And so the question is, why are we just sitting? We have an opportunity to go there. You have Fair Trade Africa to support you. I believe the government is also going to support you. So it's just up to you to, to decide that you want to do this, and we are here to do it with you. So thank you very much. I hope you are writing your questions down because the conversation is getting hot. So I hope you're taking your questions. For the ones online, I hope you are also dropping your questions on the chat. We will be taking them in a few. So now growth drivers. I think we've mentioned diversification. We've mentioned, that the world is now looking for specialty coffee and all that. And so one of the questions I'd want to ask to the 2 gentlemen who've been a bit too quiet, Valentine and Jane, I want you to tell me, you are facing the market. Which are the key markets that you think the POs need to start looking into? In the north, in the south, are there any key markets you think that producers should now start looking at? I know we've traditionally been looking at maybe Japan, Korea and all, but are there any interesting markets, even here in Africa, that our producer organizations should start looking at in terms of increasing their markets? I think we can start with Valentine. Yeah.
Thank you so much. As producer support organizations, to have our business well done, we need quality, because our buyers need quality. When the quality is improved, we hope we will have buyers. And of course, we need also local market. If we have local market, it will reduce our expenses, because if we export coffee very far, we invest more, and when we are investing more, it reduces our profit. If we have local market, it will help producer organizations to have benefit, or to have a profit. And if a profit is made, that profit is shared with farmers, and the farmers will be able to do farming as a profession, because there is a challenge for some farmers of finance. When a profit is made and shared to farmers, the farmers will be able to improve their farming activities according to the required quality, and this will help us to get a good market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anything to add, Dr. Jean?
Yeah, thank you very much. In terms of markets, I can say that there are many opportunities in the Middle East. There are also opportunities in the other countries in Asia. Like Dubai, we are linking coffee cooperatives with many buyers from Dubai. In France, also there are some of the opportunities, and they are having an interest in a woman in coffee. Just to highlight the shift from a male-dominated value chain to now a woman also a value chain whereby a woman is also being active. Another market opportunity is also seen in Egypt, in Africa. We also have many opportunities to for the market. But also, as my colleague said, we have also now the domestic consumption that is also boosting. You can see many coffee shops being operational in different corners in the country, along the highways. This is also giving us a hope that the local market is also being developed. Yeah, those are some of the potential markets I can highlight for now.
All right, thank you very much for that. So we are saying Middle East, you're saying Asia, you're saying France, and of course, I think key not to forget is a domestic market. So in Rwanda, are we consuming our own coffee? In Burundi, are we consuming our own coffee? In Congo, are we consuming our own coffee? So I can see that time is up, so we need to wrap this up. Are there any questions in the audience? One or two questions, anyone? Any question from Burundi? Any questions? Congo, any questions?
Oui, moi c'est Joseph Bahati. Je suis délégué au sein de Fair Trade Africa. Mais j'ai une question en rapport avec la diversification. La modératrice a posé une question, mais moi je n'ai pas bien compris la réponse. La question était de savoir exactement qu'est-ce que les producteurs doivent faire dans le cadre de la diversification pour augmenter la valeur ajoutée. Si je peux avoir une précision là-dessus, ça va m'avantager. Merci.
He started by introducing himself. He's Joseph from DRC and he's a Fair Trade Africa delegate. So he wants a clarification about the answer on the question that Carlo has asked about what do farmers need to do in terms of diversification so that they can add value to their coffee. So he was not clear about the answer provided. If anyone can contribute to the answer, that will be good. Thank you.
Je peux augmenter aussi quelque chose. Si par exemple, vous pouvez nous dire concrètement que telle coopérative, tel producteur a fait ça et a augmenté sa valeur ajoutée. Merci.
The second question is about the success story. So he wants to hear about a producer who has already added value, like a success story, so that it can be as a lesson learned for others.
All right, thank you. I think that question was taken by Ernest and Eric. So who would like to start? Eric, you want to comment on that? Question number one was just clarify what you said that produce organizations can do to add value. So I think you mentioned a few items. So maybe you can answer those.
Let Ernest start because they are direct involved. I will come in as well.
I'll try my French, but je ne suis pas d'accord avec mon français, mais je peux essayer. Quand on dit la diversification de...
Excuse me, Ernest? There is translation for him, so you
Oh,
can speak
cool.
in English, yes.
Thank you. When you are saying diversification, farmers tend to understand it's a way of growing coffee with other crop or shade trees. Yeah, that's a very good concept, but it really differ to diversification on value addition. Here we are saying the way we should promote the value addition from raw material. I'm saying about cherry, parchment, green coffee to roasted beans. That's what I'm saying. Another way is about increasing the revenue that is going down to the farmer's pocket. Like here, let me talk about the Kundekawa success story. To us, we have 4 coffee washing stations that is processing to the parchment level. We have also a dry mill. It's a milling factory that is converting that parchment, dried parchment, into green coffee, and we export it. But nowadays, we are opening soon the roastery, probably the second biggest industry in the country, with 25 kg per batch. That is 100 kg per hour. So we have a capacity to process at least 100 kilograms per day on roasted beans. That is a way of value addition. So we'll be having 2 ways of exporting our coffee through green coffee and roasted beans. That is a diversification of income to our farmers. Secondly, we have also dairy. It started in 2012 when we were giving cows, milk cows to our farmers to grow organic coffee so that they can produce at least manures. The idea was to support farmers getting manure. But after, when milk became plenty, we expanded the idea to the level we can have a dairy. And now we can produce fermented milk, yogurt, cheese, and fresh meat called chushu in Rwanda. That is a third income generating activity that we have. Back to the dry mill. A dry mill is a second income generating business that we do because we process other coffees from the neighbor processors. And that is really income generating, I'm telling you. So if we have now 4 income generating activities at producer level, it means farmers are not just focusing on a kg of cherries that they produce to their farm, but they can expect more revenue at the end of the year that the producer organization can support and invest in their livelihoods. And actually, for us, we hope that the quality doesn't mean quality coffee, no. It's about the quality life. That's why we have those 4 levels of income generating activities. And the 5th one, we have a women group called the Rambajirakawa. And by the way, it won the Fair Trade Champion Africa. Dukundekawa is the African Champions of Women Empowerment Producer Organization. Can you please clap for me? Thank you. Because our women, in off-season, they do handcrafts. They weave a very colorful baskets to sell. And now the basket is going direct to the coffee. The consumers in Europe and the north parts of the world are buying the basket with the coffee that is produced by the women. The same case to Angelic Finest that I'm talking to you. There is what we call women premium, $0.8, 8 cents of each kg that is roasted in Germany is coming down to the women accounts to invest in their lifestyle. That is what I mean for the verifications. Actually, you could say it could take as the verification of income, not the verification of the crops. So if I say Dukundekawa is having more than 5 ways of income generating activities beyond coffee. And lastly, that I can say now, we have Musasa Coffee School. It's a new concept that we want to expand in a closer partnership with NAEB that will be training youth from members on entrepreneurial skill sets. They come to learn barista skills, cupping, key grader skills, So we train them to be the next takeover of this coffee industry. And it's really a good opportunity for them that they may be employed in a country for different processors. Because one of the gaps that is already in the coffee industry is the skill sets the products have to process the better quality. So to us in Dukundekawa, we'll be training our youth to be the next managers and quality graders in the country. And we hope we can achieve that because we have a very big support from the government and the many coffee experts in the country that are coming to train our youth. And one of the branches, the group is being taught on the coffee skills related to cupping, barista, and another group is being trained on the embroidery and weaving. And our women, I saw, they do what we call sanitary pads to support single mothers and the teenager to to eradicate the menstrual poverty. So that's the business that they do. So I was just highlighting the way diversification means on the diversification of revenues, not just on the crop or on land, but the income that is coming down to the farmers. Thank you.
Yes, Eric.
Thank you, Carol. And thank you, Joseph Bahati, for raising such a question again. Actually, we said it all. But what things I want for you to help you to understand, when you're talking about how producer could benefit through diversification, or what a producer point of view could really do to get a gain or to diversify, get what more means in terms of what comes through diversification. Just give an example in terms of, let's structure these at 3 levels. First of all, the producers try to help the producer. When you go back to your country, what we do here in our country as well, to have a more holistic view of the value chain, right? So we are talking about coffee diversification. There is a coffee at the farm level, at the production level. Can you follow me? We are talking about production diversification, where most of our farmers are located. What does it mean? I grow coffee. That's all. But in between coffee trees, what is there? Maybe we can think of, our country has a policy in terms of intercropping, in terms of, we are talking of agritourism. What else? When a farmer goes to the farm, take the same time to check on coffee, but also checking for other things, right? So that's what will come at the farm level. I am very sure you've seen a lot of visitors in this country, and I'm sure it is the same in Burundi and Congo. Most of the coffee consumers worldwide have never seen a coffee tree, how it looks like. And I'm happy we're here together with like good examples from some of the well-organized partners in the coffee sector here in Rwanda. We have sustainable growers. We have so many other people with initiative that turn around the agritourism in the coffee sector. So those guys, those people, they got diversified the revenue, like my friend was saying. It's not about cherries. It also at the same time we will also have bananas. At the same time, people will come to learn and they will give some, you know. There's a lot of things people can do. When people come to Rwanda and go to Congo in particular, they are going to look for gorillas. Right? But then on the way down, they drink coffee. But they also need to visit some of the coffee farms. At the same time, they will leave money to the people. Second step. When it comes to production, what do we do in Rwanda? That's a very good example he gave. Farmers, in our sense, are attached to the coffee processing systems, which means they not only get money of selling cherries, they get money of primary produced, let's say, parchment coffee or green coffee. That's why we have cooperatives owning coffee washing station. So they don't just get money on the cherries. They also get money on the primary processed coffee. It's another revenue. So they have diversified through our policies, through our partnership, through our collaborations with private and all of you here, the farmers also have our hands in the production level. You've seen they have moved to the primary production. Like the examples we're talking about, Angelique's coffee, there are so many roasted coffee here in Rwanda. Where farmers, sustainable growers is another good example. Where farmers are getting returns from the finished products. So that's added money, right? That's a production diversification I'm talking about. The third one, which is critical, which actually is the one that inspires the rest of the 2 steps that I said, is the market diversification. Within the market diversification, what are we talking about? How do you segment which market are you going to? No, we were talking south, north, west, and what markets. The whole world is turning eyes to the east. Why? Because these eastern guys, their level of life has improved so well, they are becoming as much as wealthy as every single day, and they want to go, their habit has changed. So they are more into luxury products. You know, they want to taste so many good things, and they have money. Right? So what do you want to take to those guys? Forget about the West to some point. They are still very good market. They are leading market. They are very robust in market. But even them, we are selling them, they are selling the coffee the other side. So when you talk about diversification, you have to have a holistic view of the value chain. Don't think a farmer himself or herself will wake up and do, I'm going to diversify. Diversify what? For which market? So you need to work, you need to be collaborative, the processing, value addition, all those things. But more importantly, we as the government is to make, how do we ascertain that value goes back to, there's a contribution to the farmer. And that's why the diversification journey can add value to our lovely farmers, our producers, right? So I hope I've tried to respond to that, and hopefully it can help. Okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Joseph, was your question answered? You're satisfied? Okay, good. So I think just to reiterate, I've picked 4 points. Point number 1 is income diversification, what Ernest has mentioned. Point number 2 is looking at chain holistically and finding out where you can tap into. Cropping, it could be agri. Point number 3 is primary processing, which includes roasting. And the final one is looking at emerging markets, right? Thank you very much for those points. I've seen there's another question here.
Merci beaucoup de m'avoir accordé la parole.
On m'appelle Vivier Chama-Vukadwami. Je suis le directeur général de la coopérative agricole AMCA. Et ma question s'oriente toujours vers le marché parce que je pense nous tous nous sommes dans des coopératives afin que les membres, les caféiculteurs, les cultivateurs puissent en tirer bénéfice, chercher à améliorer leur vie au quotidien. Alors vous savez que justement nous sommes dans le monde du café et le café, la plupart des acheteurs ne veulent que la qualité supérieure. Chez nous au Congo, on les appelle le café Kivu 3. Je ne sais pas au Rwanda, on les appelle comme au Burundi. Alors vous allez voir, nous produisons, c'est vrai, le café Kivu 3, Kivu 4, Kivu 7, etc. Mais juste à la vente, les acheteurs ont besoin seulement ou surtout le café Kivu 3. Et le café Kivu 4 et Kivu 7 ne sont pas vendus sous label de feuille à traite. Et c'est la perte normalement de nos caféiculteurs parce qu'ils perdent leurs primes. Est-ce qu'alors il y a moyen d'accompagner les coopératives que tous leurs cafés de Kivu 3, Kivu 4, Kivu 7 puissent être vendus sur l'échelle internationale et sous label de feuille à traite? Parce que ça peut amener notre valeur ajoutée sur la vie de notre producteur. Je vous remercie.
I think this question is direct to Faith. He's Vivier from AMCA Cooperative from DRC. So his question is mainly on market side. So he has explained that the premium from fair trade is being used to invest in the livelihood from the farmers. So he's wondering why their buyers, they only focus on one quality while they produce different qualities. He was giving an example of Kivu 3, Kivu 4, Kivu 6. Like in Rwanda, A1, A2, A3. So now their buyers are only looking for Kivu 3. Then the other qualities are not being able to be exported and sold on fair trade market, which results in losing some premiums, which should be invested in the livelihood improvement for their members. So he's wondering what can fair trade do to attract the buyers to buy the other qualities, Kivu 4, Kivu 5, so that they can increase their premiums and get a better market for fair trade coffee.
Thank you for the question. I understand it, and what I will say is that the coffee market is demand driven. So it's the buyer, the person who's consuming, that knows what appeals to them and hence buys it. And what I'll say is there's need for us to make sure that the other varieties are also sampled. I become aware of the availability of these other varieties, and if I get to taste it, I get to enjoy it, then it clicks in my head that I should also be buying the other, varieties. So for me, I'll say that we need to enhance visibility, awareness of the different varieties as you've mentioned. And it is through such events as this. You see, you had to send a sample here for it to be capped, which is currently going on at Starbucks Lab. And it's through that experience that the market gets aware that there's this coffee, this tastes really great. What coffee is this? And it's through that kind of sensitization that we are able to expand the market into the special varieties that you have. So like in the coming 2 weeks, we have an event in Milan, Italy, where those of you who have managed to send your samples, you're going to have the samples capped there by different buyers. And it's through that kind of engagement that we can sensitize and be able to enhance that kind of market. So for me, I would say let's keep telling the stories. Through the commercial directorate as represented by Carol here, we are working with you hand in hand to bring out these stories of impact, because it's also through that we are able to draw attention to what the farmer on the ground is doing and accompany those stories with our coffee samples, hence stimulate the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Can I ask a question to my friend? Vous pouvez m'entendre? Ça va? You can hear me? You receiving translation? Ou bien je vous pose ça en français? J'aimerais bien apprendre c'est une très bonne question en fait. Votre Kivu 3, 4, 5, vous avez aussi Kivu 1, 2. Dans votre première qualité, vous l'appelez Kivu 3. Ok. Vous avez une idée de pourcentage, combien de Kivu 3 le pourcentage par rapport aux autres catégories? Donc 70%, vous avez déjà le marché de fair trade.
Oui.
Donc si je comprends bien, le Kivu 4 et 5, c'est plus ou moins de la quartier médiane et puis trucs comme ça.
Oui.
Ah ouais, mais là ça dit tout, hein. Là ça dit tout, hein. Parce que là, I'm trying to understand the percentages in terms of production. Because the way we go quality-wise in terms of production, coffee production goes with the first grade, medium, and the low grades. So I was asking, what is the percentage of the Kivu 3, which is above 70? Actually, that's their best quality. And the median quality is, le Kivu 4, c'est autour de combien de pourcentage?
C'est à 20%. Hein?
Et puis le reste, c'est autour de 10.
Mm.
Okay, then the next is about 20, and then the last is 10%. So which means fair trade is really promoting the high quality production, because that's where you get money, right? The medium one actually goes into commodity business. Donc ça veut dire quoi? Le fair trade promet seulement, il se focalise surtout sur la bonne qualité, la meilleure qualité, et c'est là où vous trouvez de l'argent. Alors que d'autres qualités inférieures, disons le 4e ou le 5e, C'est du café commercialisé normalement dans les conditions normales. Il faut bien comprendre. Alors, votre façon de travailler doit focaliser à produire beaucoup plus de qualité 3 que 4 et 5. Et là, vous avez garanti du marché. Sinon, pour être honnête, elle a parlé politiquement pour dire qu'on va chercher, on va perdre la promotion d'autres, mais c'est toujours comme ça. If you ask our people here as well, si vous demandez les personnes ici, low-grade coffees and stuff, you know, they are low-grade quotidians, but their focus on the fair trade is high quality. C'est la meilleure qualité qu'on focalise pour exactement avoir des revenus escomptés. Voilà. Donc, okay. C'est de ça. Okay. Alors, il faut beaucoup plus, c'est un conseil que je donne, c'est beaucoup plus produire. Il faut monter de 70 et aller au-delà de 80. Parce qu'ici au Rwanda, on focalise fully washed, on essaie de produire ce qu'on appelle, dans les coffee washing stations, dans les stations de lavage, on appelle ça ABC, c'est un langage très simple. Et puis les A, il faut que ça soit au moins plus de 75, 80. Si vous êtes moins là, vous avez des problèmes. So in Rwanda also we are trying to promote high quality production at the coffee washing station level where we can get at least what we call the A's and the B's and C's. Having more A, of course with B's are also very good quality but very less low issues. And the reason could be so many agricultural practices and so on, processing skills like some of our colleagues here have mentioned. So il y a toujours la façon et les moyens de faire tout ça. Mais at least I'm very glad that fair trade is really focusing on high quality. I will not recommend you to take to Milan, the World of Coffee, those raw grades. You will get low price, you get low money, then you need to pay back your ticket back coming home. So, je vous conseille de ne pas amener les qualités inférieures à Milan, parce que vous avez besoin d'un ticket. Comment vous allez rentrer si vous allez amener des... Il faut amener... Vous voyez ce que je veux dire, hein? C'est ça un peu la stratégie quand il s'agit de promouvoir de la meilleure qualité escomptée, d'avoir des revenus quand même beaucoup plus satisfaisants. C'est un peu ce que je voulais comprendre. J'étais inquiet de savoir les catégories et les pourcentages comme ça, on peut donner ça. I was worried to know those kind of percentages and you guys where you focus. But of course, they are ready. They say they are going to market your product. Ils disent qu'ils vont faire le marketing de votre produit. Vous avez encore de la chance, voilà. J'espère que nous aussi, hein. Okay, I hope also you promote ours as well. Whatever the grades. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think the message here is clear, is to trade will help you market your product. Be good if your product could be high quality. Any other question? Our time is way out, but I'm happy to pick any last question.
Thank you very much. I just want to add on what my colleagues said on the question raised by our colleague from DRC. What I want to say is that Sustainable Growers is operating in Rwanda, DRC, and Tanzania, and we're working with ONAPAC in DRC to improve coffee value chain. In Israel, we are working with more than 3,000 coffee farmers, and as they said, the focus is on the best agricultural practices to ensure that the coffee production is increasing, but at the same time, the quality is also improving. And along the way, we do also monitor the quality to ensure that the production is of high quality. So I would recommend that you focus much on production of high quality coffee, which we give you premium prices and which is also needed at the international market. So we continue collaborating through NAPAC and see how we take it forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
I can add something.
Yes.
Of course, we export the best quality. For the raw grade, we need to think about what we can do about that. If we can make, for example, if we can make chocolate from those low grades, if we can promote our people to consume coffee. When you go in some villages, you can find, for example, a banana beer. The best quality is bought at 1,000 per liter. For example, the low quality is bought 500. If coffee consumption is promoted, we can even get a market for that low quality.
Interesting you say that, because I'd also ask whether any one of you have thought of getting into the beauty industry, because coffee is being highly sought for, especially for beauty treatments in the Middle East and all. So maybe, I don't know, maybe you could consider looking into that market. Beauty industry, baking, not just consuming coffee from a cup. There are so many other areas that coffee can be used. So consider looking into that. Well, we are half an hour out of our time. Thank you very much for that. And as we wrap up, I'd want all our panelists to give us one action point that a PO can do right now to increase their market. So you'll just give me one action point as we move.
If you don't mind, you know,
Yes,
in our country there is a culture, a guest is being treated like a king or like a queen. We've had questions and feedback from the people from Republic of Congo. Hey, Barundi bashinga naye. People from the Burundi also. You can't be quiet, right? Just any feedback so that Rwandans, I know they will disturb you during lunch. Don't worry about, don't bear with me. It will be good really, so when I'm here at least I take something from you as well. Hari icyo mwatubwiye namwe nimudafite n'ikibazo murashobora no kutugira inama.
Who will represent the Burundians? The lady?
Si je complète de ce que vous aviez dit, culture. Oui. Là-bas aussi, on est dans une chaîne de valeur. Parce que l'Union des coopératives des caféculteurs, on a les stations de lavage. Et là-bas, les stations de lavage, ce sont les caféculteurs qui amènent le café sur les stations de lavage. Et il y a, on fait tout le traitement du cerise jusqu'à l'exportation. Là-bas, station de lavage, on a l'usine de déparchage, Coffee Drying Mill, à Horamama, Ngozi, entre Ngozi et Kayanza. Et après ça, on exporte le café du Burundi aux différents pays du monde. C'est dans toute chaîne de valeur qu'on est dans tout le chaîne de valeur. Et aussi, pendant, maintenant, ça fait 1 an qu'on a commencé aussi à torréfier au niveau local pour sensibiliser les caféculteurs et à consommer le café. Parce que beaucoup de producteurs, beaucoup de caféculteurs produisent ça, mais ne boivent pas ça, ne consomment pas ça. Mais maintenant, on est en train de commencer à insurger, à mettre dans beaucoup de personnes, de commencer à boire le café du Burundi. Ouais, maintenant, Maintenant, nous sommes presque dans toute chaîne de valeur. Il faut augmenter la qualité pour que tout le produit qu'on amène à l'extérieur du pays pour que ça retourne aux caféculteurs. Ouais, c'est comme ça. Et cette année, ça a été une bonne année parce que il y avait beaucoup d'argent qui est retourné aux caféculteurs parce que avec les primes de Fairtrade, ça s'est bien passé cette année. Et le marché était à haut niveau. Le coût de marché de New York, ça s'est bien passé, ouais. Merci. Mais il y a une chose, une question. Je voulais, à propos de plus promouvoir le café pour que ça augmente encore plus le prix. Parce que je vois qu'ici, vous utilisiez même l'histoire de 1994. Alors, il faut, à partir de là, voir comment aussi au Burundi, on peut utiliser notre histoire pour que le café, ça s'achète encore plus. Voilà. C'est ce que j'ai appris. Merci.
Merci. You translate kindly.
Really important. My sister said something. We did not utilize our genocide against Tutsis as a history to promote coffee. So that's out. We are trying to tell the real story about Rwandan coffee, right? It is from the time it was introduced in Rwanda, since the colonial time, where we say that, you know, this coffee was made for, it was like government product, where we did not give value to the women. You know, women are one of the leading, you know, most of the time, though we don't, but I am very sure even in other countries, you will find, you know what is funny? Production based, you find a lot of women in. It's only at the time to collect money where you see a lot of men. This is so bad. Sometimes we men, we should try to be gentle sometimes. So we're trying to give value, and we have a hope through this system, through the sector. There is more returns, we can generate more money, we can generate revenue, it can have more impact on that. So don't use so I won't advise Burundi to do of history in terms of political instability and so forth or whatever. You know, it's very common in North Africa, in the whole world. You see Ukraine is fighting with Russia. So fighting and all these things is very common everywhere. What we need to tell is what a buyer wants to hear. We need to tell what is unique with coffee. How best we can produce the best quality. How best we can sustain and fulfill that, you know, how do I call it? You know, those kind of things are what we tell, because we have an advantage, a comparative advantage, because Burundi produces very good coffee. But there's somebody who sits somewhere in the US, doesn't grow coffee, but he's mad at coffee. How can you link up with them? Actually, the question is, most of producing cooperatives, coffee washing station in Rwanda, in Burundi, in Congo, when you ask them their best markets, it's like the question you ask my two colleagues who are really involved in the business, even the three of them, you can ask them how many of them are on those markets. So most of the time, because of the cost involved, people don't foresee it's an investment worth to be invested into the marketing, and we forget on production. We wait exhibition like the Milan World of Coffee, specialty coffee, then we go there and think to make a deal as a magic, you know? It doesn't work like that. Ask people from RTC. Ask their marketing team. Where is the marketing team? It's not in Rwanda. Isn't it, Vale? They have a strong marketing worldwide. So they are hunting markets and they come to produce to the market. While some of the farmers, some good questions you asked, farmers are just producing, coffee washings are just there and waiting to see the market at the end of the day. So there's something we need to think about. Taking advantage of FTA platforms all over the world promotes our coffee, because I know most of you may be shorted in terms of investment. You know, marketing sometimes to some people doesn't make sense. There's no ready to invest in money, but that's where the money is, right? So to come to my sister, yes, you can tell, you can craft, you can. I know Burundi has a lot of history, very good history. Tell the story of coffee. So that's what I think, that's what we've tried to do. We are very young level in terms of this kind of, the brand was launched, I think, almost 5 years now, and it's still a long to go. And you see other countries, I give an example, some of the popular coffee, You can know, you know Blue Mountain Coffee? Have you heard of Blue Mountain Coffee? You know Juan Valdez? This is a Café de Colombie. These are some of the brands that have positioned themselves in the world. So the same applies to Congo, to Rwanda, to Burundi, to position ourselves. So just to clarify, we do not use the genocide as a tool to sell our coffee. We sit and say, what do we want to tell the world? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire au monde entier pour attirer l'attention, pour avoir beaucoup plus d'acheteurs, ok? Mais ce n'est pas notre histoire de génocide qu'on a utilisée. C'est juste pour, just for clarity, okay? Otherwise, what you said, I congratulate Burundi. That's a very good move to value addition, local consumption, domestic. It's really very good step. So, congratulations. Keep that way. That's what I could say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any last comments?
Thank you very much. One thing that I want to highlight is that the better thing doesn't have substitute. Do you know why Apple is selling iPhone on $1,500 per piece when Nokia or Samsung is selling only $400 per piece? It built over the years its reputable brand. So whether you want it or no, iPhone will be expensive. Why you don't follow this spirit? So as a producer, what you have to do is produce the best quality coffee consistently, year by year. And then you will, throughout the years, you will build your name, your marketable name on the market. That time, you will charge on a price you want. Like, let me take just an example. We are here as many producers, over 20 or beyond, but you are not having the same price. Do you know why? Because the name, the brand name is not the same on a market level. So when you are known for the best quality, your coffee will sell itself. And again, the second thing, connect a product with the life behind that product. A coffee and the story behind. Let me give you, it's an empty example, but it can be a good example. We are only 3 countries in the world that have gorilla mountains: Rwanda, Uganda, and DRC. Visiting gorilla in Rwanda per person is $1,500 per head. In Uganda is $250. In Congo, closer to that. Rwanda is charging 5 times than the rest of 2. Why? Because it shows the map, the concept, how the money you are paying the gorilla is investing back to the lives behind the people nearby. That is the story. It's not just something that can be built today. It is built throughout the years. If you are producing the best quality, consistently, and in the market, when we are selling on the market, there is what we call differential. Differential is what makes my coffee different from Eric's coffee or RT's coffee. And sometimes people give me price, I say no. My coffee is not worth that price. Go nearby, you will find it. Because the process that I engaged in, it's my investment. From cherries, selecting ripe cherries, up to the export, Sorting is each only processing level. And to us, the conversion rate between cherry to green coffee is much higher compared to the rest. And why I charge more. So if you saw it, like, that is what we call transparency in a business. If you're showing that this is what I should have harvested, but look now, those are the quantities I harvested. This is the final product that I'm saying to you. You can give me the price that I want, and you achieve. And that is the same reason that I can share to my colleague from DRC that is saying that the other qualities are having less price compared to the best price. Yes, it is true. The best thing is always expensive. It's always expensive. And when it is expensive, you should be striving for that. That's the opportunity there. You have to hunt that opportunity. Increase the quality and charge the premium price. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ernest. I think the message that I'm getting clearly is producing quality coffee consistently. That is one. But also two is the PO taking initiative to, know the markets, know the buyers, and ask Fairtrade Africa for support. So I think we've spent all the time that we had, and actually even spent more time for networking. By now you'd be talking to these excellent people. So I'd really want us to close at that point. So one last wrap up. Tell us one thing. If we forget everything we've talked about today, what is the one thing the producer organization can go home with? So 1 point, less than a minute if possible each, and then we can close. So we start with the lady. You give us one last nugget. If we forget everything that you guys spoke about today, what is the one thing that you want us to carry home?
Solutions lie within us. Let us leverage on initiatives available to build our entrepreneurship skills. Let us grow our entrepreneurship skills.
Thank you very much. As a key takeaways is recognizing a woman recognizing the role of a woman in the coffee value chain. Yeah, it has been seen that even some of the buyers are really having an interest to buy coffee from our women coffee cooperatives. Sustainable Growers, we do have so far 6 women coffee owned cooperatives, and we are really saving many buyers that are interested in buying women coffee processed.
Thank you. I can say one thing. The Coffee Business Foundation is a farmer. Everything, the farm have to be empowered in skills, in finance, so that we can have a better coffee for selling. Thank you.
One last word. Dear producer organization, please invest in farmers' lives holistically and systematically. Thank you.
What do you expect from me? Huh? I know when I stand here, I bear 2 hats, so I don't know which one to use, or I use both. But anyway, my last word to all, let's prosper together. What I mean, let's prosper together. We as Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and Kenya here present, let's prosper together. Let's work together. Let's remain and work together. We can share a lot of experience. Let's prosper together, because farmers are the cornerstone of this business. If you're not equally sharing, fairly sharing the returns, then there's no sustainability for this business. What the governments have pledged all the time is to be with you. We are together in this journey, and we remain to provide whatever could really make you to reach to another level. Let's do things differently. We've been doing in this sector the same way our old NSL have been doing since the introduction of this coffee in this sector. Let's change. Let's see, let's be innovative. Let's face the reality, and let's take the lead in this coffee sector. Let's be the lead of whatever falls on the fifth wave, whereby we can have more returns. Don't be afraid. Let's venture into diversification. Otherwise, I can guarantee you, if we do so, if we work together, we can be proud of being in this coffee in a professional way, in an innovative way, in an efficient way, in a sustainable manner. So when we leave our time, our young generation, next generation, could really benefit for that. Is that 1 minute?
That was 1.5, but it was welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Just to, I think, in case you are not taking notes, solutions lie within us. Recognize the role of women in the value chain. Coffee business. In the coffee business, the farmer is the foundation. Invest in farmers' lives holistically and systematically. Let's prosper together. I think in essence, teamwork makes the dream work. And let's do things differently, because you can't do the same thing and expect different results. Thank you very much, our panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. And thank you very much for being very, very engaged. I'd like to thank our online audience. I didn't see any question from our online audience, but thank you very much for being engaged. From now, let's go for a coffee break, and then as we wait for the judges to bring the briefcase with the news. I know we all can't wait to see who the winner will be, but thank you very much. Let's head out to the break. Again, thank you to our panelists.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Hello. Before we break for lunch, I want to take us through the coffee strategy and the coffee priorities for Fair Trade Africa and how that ties in with the contest we are having today, that is Kombe la Dhahabu. The judges are already here, so soon after lunch we'll be moving on to the award ceremony. So I hope I have your attention. In 2020-2021, Fair Trade got into a process of defining its strategy for the period 2021 to 2025. And we came up with a strategy for the entire fair trade system. And soon after that was developed, the coffee team within the fair trade system came together to also craft a strategy that was going to be specific for coffee. Coffee is the most, is the key pillar when we talk about commodities within the fair trade system. Coffee comes quite top on the list, and so there was need to have a strategy that is specific for coffee. Now, this coffee strategy was actually developed after consulting a number of producer organizations, national fair trade organizations, and so all their views were put together and crafted into a strategy that is pushing us into 2021 all the way to 2025. And the global strategy, this global coffee strategy, has three main lenses, one of which is the marketplace. The marketplace meaning what strategies can we put in place to grow the markets for fair trade coffees. So that is ideally what the first lens means. The second being livelihoods. How can we improve the livelihood of the farmer? How can we enhance productivity in a way that is able to earn the farmer an income that can sustain their livelihood? And then third, data and impact. How can we tell our stories? How can we show the change on the ground, the impact of fair trade work on the ground. Thereafter, Fair Trade Africa also took this strategy and also developed its priority areas for the year. So I'm going to also show you what the priority areas for Fair Trade Africa are and how this also ties in with the Kombe la Dhahabu contest. So the coffee priorities for 2022 are pegged on 4 pillars. 4 pillars which form the basis of the Fair Trade Africa strategy. The first pillar being that we want to see product and market development. Sorry, you can't see very clearly, but if you're watching on the screen, you can see. The first pillar being product and market development. We want to see that we enhance new product development, as we've just spoken in the first morning session. How can we enable you producers to add value to coffee, be able to penetrate markets? What kind of strategies can we engage to see market growth? And the first, as you can see here, is the Fair Trade Coffee School. That Fair Trade Africa and Fair Trade International have come together, partnered with a consulting agency by the name Vudna Origin Consulting to present to you courses that can build your entrepreneurship skills. So we are calling it the Fair Trade Coffee School. I'm sure most of you, if not all, have heard about it, and I'm hoping that we are engaging on the platform and receiving the courses. The first course was on green coffee trading fundamentals, and the second course, which is going on, is on digital market access. So this is how we want to continue building your capacity to engage with the markets and hence penetrate the coffee markets. Secondly, we are looking at Golden Cup. Golden Cup, meaning Kombe la Dhahabu. This is what we are having today. This is a contest that is held in each of the origin countries here, fair trade certified. Countries that are exporting fair trade certified coffees within the Eastern and Central Africa region. And so we are having our second edition here in Rwanda. We have the same for the other countries, that is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. And so we find, I'll be explaining much more about the Golden Cup in the coming slides, but it's one key activity we want to see. As Vivienne had asked earlier, how can we showcase our best coffees? And it's through such events that we are able to celebrate our wonderful varieties, wonderful coffees, and hence be able to stimulate market growth. Thirdly is trade shows. Trade shows and exhibitions. An example being the upcoming World of Coffee event in Italy, Milan, which seeks to connect the buyers and the producers and the coffees. So through supporting producer organizations to participate in such trade shows, we intend to ensure that you get these viable connections with traders, with retailers, with roasters, so that we can create opportunities for you to sell much more coffees. Then engagement with the industry, with partners through platforms such as webinars and coffee platforms. We seek to leverage on partnerships such as we have seen today with the governments, NAEB, with traders like Rwanda Trading Company, with other buyers like Sustainable Growers and others. So by leveraging on platforms available, even as mentioned earlier, on ITC platforms that enable us to get information on markets, market trends. So when we do this, then we continue to create a knowledge base and skills that we are able to learn from one another. Again, Fair Trade Africa sought to also create a virtual hub for system collaboration. And I was impressed to speak to Patrick earlier in the morning, who has just also informed me of a platform that they are creating and that producers are engaging on, called the Almacena platform. So such platforms that we are able to deposit data and information about the producers and make this information available to traders and buyers and create that kind of direct linkage and collaboration. So it's by doing this and engaging such strategies that we can enhance our businesses, yeah? Because once we try and eliminate a lot of middlemen and create that direct linkage, then we seek to, you know, what's the word? The word is to stimulate the markets and then be able to even establish contracts directly. Then the second key pillar that we are looking at is advocacy. Advocacy, because the producer voice is critical when it comes to advocacy, and because only the person who wears the shoe knows where it hurts, you know, where it pinches. So if we can capacitate you within your network to be able to advocate for policies that support the growth of your businesses, then that is how we win. That is how we get results. So capacity building of the networks and staff within Fairtrade Africa, so that we can continue engaging with the governments to put in place favorable environments and policies that can support the growth of our businesses. Again, by developing global messaging on living income and human rights and environmental due diligence. So we see that we've just explored some of the challenges farmers face and the fact that on their small plots of land, they still need to get an income that can enable them to sustain their households and also meet and cope with the challenges they face while producing coffees. So as Fairtrade Africa and together with our partners, we seek to develop messages and to enhance our policy and lobbying towards producers being able to attain a living income and being able to continue producing coffee in a sustainable way that ensures environmental due diligence. Again, this cannot be achieved without partnerships and alliances, engaging in national forums, international forums, that's, for example, with governments like with NAEB, and being able to bring the voice of the producers in such platforms. The third pillar is on sustainable farming systems, and here we want to see how we can improve productivity, yield of coffee on the farmer plots. Apart from coffee as well, other crops, how can we diversify into other income generating activities? So capacity building of producers on alternative income generating activities, good agricultural practices and post-harvest that can enable preservation of quality so that our coffee stands out and is able to fetch a good price. I've mentioned that this also will entail support on climate resilience, being able to build the skills of producers to adapt and mitigate the effects of climate change, so that we are able to build resilience amongst producers. The fourth strategic pillar is on transformed and strengthened producer organizations. Our producers are brought together into a producer organization or a cooperative. You know, they are selling coffee to a coffee washing station that is a cooperative. So how can we ensure that the cooperative has a strong muscle is able to run its business in a way that promotes, profit for the farmer. So we want to build capacity of the producer organizations, first of all, to maintain certification, to maintain fair trade certification, because it's through this certification you're able to trade your coffee as fair trade certified, and to keep at bay issues to do with suspensions, decertifications, which are costly. So we deliver to you support on certification. It's been mentioned that we cannot go far if we do not include women and youth in the conversation. So we continue to build skills amongst our produce organizations on gender inclusion, on youth inclusion, so that we can all work together, bring all our minds together to bring about solutions that we need to see. We also seek to link produce organization with accessible, with affordable capital and access to finance. So being able to see where, because all the infrastructure we are talking about, like for value addition, it does require some significant investment, capital investment. So being able to see how we can link produce organizations to financial institutions. And again, MEL and impact reporting. MEL meaning monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and reporting of impact. Because I cannot know your story unless you tell me, and unless I understand why your coffee is special. So we need to bring out the stories of change on the ground. How is premium bringing an impact to the lives of the producers and the community at large? So showing these stories is also a key strategy that we engage in our Coffee 2022 plan. From here, I will want to now expound on the Kombe la Dhahabu contest. This is an annual event that has been organized by Fair Trade Africa as one of the key activities under the first pillar. Remember the product and market development pillar. One of the strategies was the Golden Cup. So this is an event that we seek to hold annually. We started last year, and this is the second edition. And Kombe la Dhahabu means Golden Cup in Kiswahili. Kiswahili being one of the most common languages in the East African coffee growing countries. And the event is managed by an organizing committee. So like for this event, there was an organizing committee that consisted of some producer organizations seated here, Fair Trade Africa, working together. And what's the goal of this? Our goal is that we want to contribute to the promotion of high quality coffees, both locally, nationally, and internationally. We've said that we want to promote the coffee and increase local consumption. So we are not leaving out the national promotion so that we can foster expansion of markets for products and also encourage value addition amongst our produce organizations, which will, in the end, enhance the income that the producer is getting and improve income distribution within the coffee value chain. So that's our key goal, and we have up to 5 objectives. And in summary, the first is to publicize our fair trade certified coffee organizations and their high quality coffees. So our key objective is to publicize our fair trade certified small produce organizations and the high quality coffees that they are producing. Secondly, we want to encourage the production of high quality coffees amongst fair trade coffee growers. When we come here and we engage and exchange learnings, why did your coffee perform better than mine? When we get to learn from each other, then we get to promote production of high quality coffees within these coffee growers in Africa. We also want to disseminate the work done by Fairtrade Africa, national producer networks and their members in improving quality of coffee produced by the Fairtrade farmers, and hence be able to position African origins as producers of specialty coffee. Also promotion of the consumption of fair trade coffees, both locally and internationally, hence, growing the coffee markets. And finally, promoting the link between fair trade certified small produce organizations and the network, the national fair trade organizations, and FMOs, fair trade marketing organizations, to open up new markets. So once we get to the end and we have the top 3 sample, the top 3 coffees that will emerge winners today, these coffees will be promoted, globally in all events that shall be coming up in the next 12 months, so that you're able to showcase your hard work and your wonderful coffees. So who is able to participate? This edition of the competition is open to all fair trade certified coffee produce organizations in Rwanda, DRC, and Burundi. And they were all open to enroll by submitting 2 samples each alongside an application form. All these were received by the organizing committee and well-coded, availed to the judges for capping. And there were requirements that had to be followed. And to participate, the sample had to weigh at least 2 kgs and be Arabica, both washed and natural. And both micro lots or full container samples were allowed with a humidity of 11 to 12. And then 12 maximum 12 defects and 0 defects on what is listed here. And then a screen size of 15 and above. And it was the sole responsibility of the producer organization to select their sample. The process, what's the process of the contest? First is an invitation, as was sent to all of us, an invitation from the organizing committee to participate, and then producers were to submit application forms and samples about 3 weeks before the event started. And then the organizing committee collects and codes the sample. So your sample doesn't have your name on it, like Dukundekawa, no, Kokoka, no. It's coded so that the judges, to eliminate any bias and so that the judges can do it independently. The organizing committee also selects independent Q graders, Q grader judges. We will meet them later on in the afternoon. They are qualified and are able to do quite a great job to pick the best coffees. And then during yesterday and the day before yesterday, the samples were prepared and roasted, and the first round of cupping took place yesterday. Then the second round of cupping took place today in the morning. Thereafter, there is an audit of the cupping result. We check that everything has gone as should be. We audit the entire process and the cupping result, and thereafter announce and award the winners, which we shall do after lunch. Then we promote the winning samples. In fact, after this event, I should be going with some of the samples from here and promoting them in the upcoming World of Coffee event in Milan. So who are the judges in today's event? We have their names here. We have Muizerwa Have. He is the head judge for this contest, and he's run this. We also have Laetitia Mukandahiro and Felicite Mukankosi. These were the judges for the contest in 2022. All qualified Q graders. And the Cup of Excellence score sheet was used to do the scoring and be able to get the top, top 3 samples. Then a capping report form will be developed soon after the event, indicating each produce organization sample and how it fared. So that is in short how the contest is organized and how it links with our fair trade priorities and fair trade strategy. And without taking much more time, I would like us to take a short break so that after we are back, we'll come and do the award ceremony to know which coffees win for today. Thank you so much. From here, I want to invite us to lunch, which is happening at the restaurant, and I believe they are ready for us. Yeah, we can try and be back by around 2:15 so that those who are traveling back home, we are able to give them sufficient time. So we break for lunch. So, as per your request, let's take the next session. Thereafter, we close and break for lunch as people leave. I think that's in order. So I'll invite Joy to come and take this next session.
Habari zenyu. Good afternoon. Bon après-midi. Je m'appelle Joa. My name is Joy. I'm with Fairtrade Africa, working in communications. This has been a very interesting experience. It's my first time in Rwanda. It's been a pleasure to meet all the warm people of Rwanda. All the things I have heard about Rwanda are very true. So I would like to introduce you to the last session of the day, which is the award session. We want to recognize all of you for the wonderful work you do in coffee production. So what we're going to start by doing is by recognizing every producer organization that submitted a sample. So we have a certificate for all of you. I'm going to read out the name of a specific PO, and I would like a representative to come up and receive the certificate on behalf of your cooperative. And I want to thank Letitia, who is one of our judges. She'll be assisting in the process of handing over the certificates. Thank you, Letitia. So the first PO is Kokanko. The second PO is Kokoka. We can clap for them, please. Kopade. Kopade. We will keep this, we'll keep it for them. The next is Koakaka. A round of applause for them. Kopakaka. Karora Coffee Cooperative. Jishita Coffee Cooperative. Jishita? Okay. So, Misozi Coffee Company. Terimbere Kawa ya Musasa. Abahuza Mugambi. Kawa Kanzururu. Cooperative Tongorekawa Coco. Choco. Abatera Ninkunga Basholi. This is Kokamu. Buishaza Coffee Cooperative. Coopérative de café culture de Gashonga. Kokaji. The Kundekawa Cooperative. Jisuma Coffee. Kopade. Amka. Coopérative Agricole Muungano. And finally, Sopakdi. Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for Judge Letitia, please. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, and so before we announce the winners, we'd like to appreciate the judges who have been doing a lot of work over the last 3 days. I would like to invite Vestine, our program officer, Kofi Rwanda, to hand this over to our judges. So the first goes to Felicite. Letitia Mukandahiro. And last but not least, our head judge, Monsieur Echive. Monsieur Echive, I'd like you to request you to stay back. Monsieur Echive will take us through the process of, he'll tell us about the coffee samples they have reviewed this year, tell us what he thought about what you submitted, and tell us the process and the things they were looking for before they came to the decision of the top 3 winners. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Bon après-midi à tous. My name is Hervé Mwizerwa, and I was tasked to be the head judge for this quality contest for Kombe la Dhahabu ya kahawa. So, we normally test coffee for different reasons, but the ultimate goal is to ensure that the effort of the farmers is recognized through the score we give to the sample we receive. So, during this contest, we had received 38 samples. Those samples came from 3 countries, of course, from DRC, from Burundi, and from Rwanda. But as judges, we didn't know which coffee or which sample came from which country. I would wish to go through the principle we used. It is Cup of Excellence principle, or Cup of Excellence protocol of scoring. Those from Burundi and Rwanda are familiar with that. They have gone through Cup of Excellence in a competition many times. However, I cannot go through the whole protocol here. It is a training that we go through for a week in order to be able to do Cup of Excellence competition. But briefly, we receive coded samples. We don't know which cooperative is this, which producer is this. We only receive coded sample. As I said, we have received 38 samples. And we go through a round of cupping sessions. We did it from yesterday and today. We had to do like 6 sessions of cupping. You understand that we had to do 4 sessions yesterday to cup through those samples and score them on the scale of 100. And as by the protocol of Cup of Excellence that we followed, every sample that has scored 86 and above was allowed to proceed to the next round of cupping. We normally check the like 8 attributes of coffee. Creamy cup, sweetness, we check the acidity, we check the mouthfeel, how good the coffee or how heavy the coffee is on the tongue. We check the flavors. We check the balance, how the attributes are balanced in between or among them, and the overall weight of the coffee, how the cuppa feels, or how does he or does she like the coffee. That's the overall. So I cannot explain the meaning of each attribute here unless you are with cuppas who may understand more for you. But basically, those are the 8 attributes that we score on the scale of 10. And then we add up the marks to see the score out of 100. We expect coffee samples to come to this competition to be good coffees. And for your information, I'd like really to thank you. You have received amazing samples. All 38 samples were very amazing. However, I was expecting a lot of applause. Because you have done a very good work. And I'm thanking you. In any case, as judges, we had to screen. We had to check which best among the best. So for the first round, we have seen that 18 samples passed the first round. 18 samples scored 86 and above. Those are almost 50% of the sample we received have passed the first round. That shows how good you are in processing very high quality coffees within this region. You will see when they announce the result, we will see that the sample from Rwanda, from Burundi, from DRC, all they are mixed, they have passed the first round. And then on next day, we went through those 18 samples again to see which are the best, which are scoring consistently high score on the next day. I'm not here to announce that the first is cooperative or this one. I'm trying to explain the process we went through to come up with the best among you or among the best, because you are all best. For the second round, we scored or we capped all those 18 samples, and also the same attribute that I've said before: the acidity, the flavor, the sweetness, whatever, and we scored them again on the scale of 100, and the results are yet to be announced just in a while. But we have seen that those coffee are good. You really cup them, you feel like you want to drink all of them. They are very sweet, very good, very consistent in quality. You should be proud of the work you have been doing. So without taking too much time, that's the process we have gone through. However, when it comes to scores, sometimes pool samples may have similar scores, but being a kappa, you have to know a lot of mathematics again to know what we call statistically significant differences among the samples. You see which one has got a very high standard deviation, and kappas scoring the same or relatively no different marks on the same sample. All those calculations, those are good in mathematics, can understand them, but we managed to come up with a difference between two samples. If the marks are equal, then we consider the marks of the previous round so that we can check which sample is consistently scoring higher mark. So briefly, that's how we managed or how we went through the process. And I think every judge who really participated in this, this was very exhausting. You can imagine capping 38 samples in one day, the following day, and yet they have the other job to do, which is always capping. So they may end up capping like 100 samples a day. And I'd like to thank them for their effort they have put in this work. I would also like to thank the organizer of this event, Fair Trade, for giving us the opportunity to cup those amazing coffees. And finally, thank you, the producer of those amazing commodities. You know, without you, don't have any job to do. We may be jobless. But again, we recognize the effort that you put in producing, either you as processors, but also the farmers who put their daily effort to produce such very nice coffees. So thank you very much. You can proceed with the next step.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Erivé. So, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, the moment we have been waiting for, we all want to know whether we're the ones taking the trophy home. So that time has come. So what we're going to do is that we will start by announcing the top 10 winners. So these are the POs that had an average score of, the rates differ, but really we're going to mention who the top 10 were. So, or are. So what I'd like us to do is that for the first 7, right from our seats, we will clap for these different POs. But when we get to the third runner-up, or rather the second runner-up, first runner-up, and the winner, we are going to invite representatives from these POs to come to the front for them to receive their trophies. So as we start off, I'd like to request us to clap in this way for the following POs. So you will 5 times. Very simple, you're just clapping continuously 5 times. We can try it. Yes, that's it, just 5 times for the first 7 POs. And the first one, as I have been corrected, is Choco, not Coco. So the first is, number 10 is Choco, with an average score of 87.50. Where is Choco? One more for them, please. Number 9, we have Dukundekawa, again with a score of 87.50. Dukundekawa, worthy. Another one for them, please. Number 8, we have Buishaza with a score of 87.67. Number 7, Kokamu with a score of 87.83. And number 6, we have Abahuza Mugambi Maraba with a score of 87.83. So that was a tie with Kokamu. Next, from Burundi, we have Nkamwayaku with a score of 88. We have next Basholi, again with a score of 88. Another interesting PO, this one is from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and this is Muungano with a score of 88.50. 6, 7. So these are the top 7 average scores. And before we proceed to the top 3, I would like to request all of you to please come to the front. You can come with your certificates. Yes, we want to take a photo. So we can clap for them as they take their photo. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So I would like to invite Faith, our team leader, Kofi. She's going to hand over the trophies to the top 3. And just before we announce the winners, I would like to mention that, remember, one of the requirements that we gave when we asked you to submit your samples was that you could submit a maximum of 4 samples, right? A maximum of 3 samples. So because of that number of samples, you'll find that we have some POs that have been mentioned more than once in the top 3 position, so do not be surprised. So, to our third, or rather second runner-up, Basholi. So Basholi have an average score of 88.83. A clap for them, please. So the second runner-up with a score of 89.50, Bwishaza. First runner-up. So this is the first runner-up. Clap for them, please, again. Clap for him, please. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me hold this for you. So I'd like him to go back to the front. He needs help carrying the next trophy because the winner is still Bwishaza. It's still you. who wraps it up and give it back to you. Oh, the chairman from the network. Yeah? So please, I'd like to invite the other winner for a photo. So just find that so we can take. So we take a photo of the 3 or 2 winners now. Together. It's okay. It was actually a tie. 89.50, 89.50. We will also give gifts to the guests. All of them. Especially if it's not for everyone, maybe to a party. Yeah, can we separately? Yeah. Thank you, and congratulations. And just to mention that for both positions, Bushaza had an average score of 89.50. So thank you very much. I'd like to invite the chairman of the network, Mr. Theophile, to give closing remarks. Don't go too far after that. We're going to take a few photos and then you can proceed for lunch. Thank you. Merci.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this occasion. Firstly, I have 2 words. The first one is thanks. The second one is a request. I give firstly my thanks to the government of Rwanda through Agriculture Ministry and its agents like LAB, NAEB, for their greater support to coffee growers here in Rwanda. But also we were together with our colleague from Congo and Burundi. I don't hesitate that their government also contribute more to their organization for their achievement. My thanks go equally to Fair Trade Africa as the organizer and sponsor of this great event of Coffee Contest 2022. For Fair Trade Africa, we know how they invest more support to our organization, of course, through their team, from the top management staff to country network. They support different things. We know they support on capacity building, their support to certification process, their support to our coffee marketing and the network. I also give my thanks to all participants from our 3 countries, especially I give my thanks to winners. As Hervé has mentioned above, all of us, we have a good coffee. This means our coffee growers, our staff in our different organization has made more efforts to have a coffee with good quality. Come back to our panelists. Let me say thanks for their discussion. They focus more on marketing, income diversification, but also we don't forget to focus on productivity and the quality, because even we can have the other source of income. In our organization, we take a coffee as the principal activity. The other activity are considered as the second one or the third one. This means that we have to focus on our better life of our coffee growers, to see how we can empowering them in order to increase their income, in order to have a better life. When they have a welfare and wealth, we really hope we have the sustainable future. For today is the second session here in Rwanda. We hope, as planned in the Fair Trade Africa policy, we hope we will continue to receive or to prepare our coffee growers to be competitive, because competition will be continued. This competition is not limited to have award, but also it contributes more to our coffee market. It's a way, as mentioned by some of our panelists, it's a chance we have as the other way to sell our coffee locally and internationally. My request is to take our responsibility to see how every organization should increase their production and quality. We have to see how our quality should be consistent. Because when a buyer receives a good quality this year, the following year receive a different product, you can lose that market. Quality consistency is a key to have that good reputation, to have a good price, and to extend our market. when the productivity will be increased without having a market, I think we will win one side and fail the other side. Also, I request to continue trying to do our best to increase the local consumption. Local consumption is the other second market for our product. As Ernest said, coffee has been realized in our countries in a colonial period, but today we are not in a colonial period. We don't have any reason to explain when you are asked our coffee growers, even themselves, why they don't take coffee. I think we have a homework to see how to change that culture. When local consumption will be increased, we think also coffee price should be increased, because outside the buyers from abroad, we can understand what we say in terms of cost, but also they can take the other step to compete with local consumption when they need our product. Before closing my speech, let me say thanks to our employee, Rwanda Network, Madame Vestine, for her efforts in this preparation. The team from Fair Trade Africa, from Kenya, you know, it's a long process from the beginning till now. We were happy for this today's success. For my colleague here in Rwanda, I hope we will go back home. Before closing, let me say have a good journey. Our colleague from outside Rwanda, whom have a period of staying here in Rwanda, I wish you having a good stay. Then let me say, I think I will go to the lunch. Enjoy the lunch for everyone. Thank you. It's our second time, but I think not the last. Have a good afternoon.
One more clap for him, please. So we have come to the end of the program. And again, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And congratulations to all of you. Just before we go, I'd like to invite all of us for a group photo. Once we are done, I would like to ask the winners, the judges, and Fair Trade Africa staff to remain behind. The rest of us can proceed for lunch, but before you do that, please pick something from the back. We have something to appreciate you for your efforts. Thank you. We can all come forward for a quick photo, please. Yes, bring your certificates if you can. Kila mtu.